Alrighty. It's been a few days since I streamed. Just been a little bit busy with personal stuff. But I am super excited to continue working on the virtual memory visualizer in C. Where we left off is just some improvements to the builds, and then I set out the foundations for syncing pages between the two processes, doing that efficiently. So yeah, let's dive in there. So in the draw routines here, I think I have a to do here. Draw page probably. Yeah, mark page is active. So we need to have some type of system for identifying the page and then marking it as active. So, we need some system for identifying pages. We already kind of have this thing for notifying when a page is active. I mean, we have to build that out, but we have at least a type for that. The identity of the page is basically the address of its first byte. So, or what we could do is take the address mod 2 to the power of 12 or 4096, because those addresses aren't valid identifiers. So that would compress that value down to a value that is a unique identifier for the page. So I think that's what I'll do. But we don't really have that information available to us. Before we were just drawing a buffer that was provided as an argument. But now I'm thinking, okay, we're going to need to acquire that buffer through this page table thing. So we need the identifier for both of these. To notify the page monitor, we need this type. And then to actually read the data, we're going to need this type. And they both have to use these identifiers. And we have no information in the other arguments to actually figure out the identity of this. So we need to figure out that address. So when we go to draw a page, the map, we have the map information. When we're drawing the map, we have page num, which is just, I think, a index into the map, but we don't have the map's remote address, which is what we really want. So we have to pop up another stack frame here. So this thing has the map, which will have the, if we go to definition on map T, it'll have the remote adder. So it's going to be remote adder plus the page number times 2 to the power of 12. That would be the actual memory address. And then I guess we can divide. I don't know. We'll have to look at the math there. But let's look. Where are we using remote adder? I don't think we. Oh, we use it down there. Remote adder. We use it to detect if we're on a if we're overlap, or if we need to draw a spacer or not. We use that down here. One thing I do want to do. Let's jump over to VMViz. If I run the, I have this new target, make dev. And this is just dummy data here. PID is 0, we're registering test maps. I think for, actually, oops. Vim makefile. I think for this one, Run tsan. I think all these things. Oh, we have args. We have to give it a PID of something. What can we give it a PID of? We can give it a PID of itself, but that would be recursive and likely explode currently. Actually, no, it'll probably work currently. I'm trying to think if it, I think it would work given the strategy I have for mapping memory. So the problem with having the virtual memory visualizer visualizing its own virtual memory is that it's going to be copying data from itself to itself. And if you copied all of the memory into itself, now you have like a recursive problem where you copy all the memory, you have to allocate space for all the memory, copy it over, and now you have twice as much memory use, and then you have to copy all that, and it's just an exponential growth in memory usage, and eventually you hit or the process will crash. So that strategy is just like not going to work, and that's not even the strategy I was thinking of implementing. Maybe it should trace itself by default. That is an interesting idea. Instead of doing this test data, if you run it, just have it trace itself. And that should work now, and it should work in the future when I implement the data synchronization because I'm doing it more efficiently. Let me just think through that. So when we're synchronizing data, we're only synchronizing data for pages that we're viewing. So they'll get copied over, but then those copies will not be viewed. They won't be in the visible area, and so they won't be copied a second time. Thing is, you don't want an infinite copying, an explosion of copying. So I think that'll work. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to back out of. Let's go ahead and main. I don't even know what this is. So we get the process init proc args pid gets assigned into proc pid. What does this process init do actually? Process c init. Oh, just for the mutex. Because this can be mutated at runtime. So that gets passed in here. We're going to need to also pass it into the draw loop eventually. This is less a draw loop, and it's more a draw and IO loop. Because if you look draw.c down here, it's doing things like handling inputs, drawing, and drawing. It's doing a lot of stuff. What is this thing again? Oh, setting the origin. It's handling it. It's basically, let's ask AI here. What is the name of the main loop in most video games that takes input from the user and draws stuff to the screen? The game loop. Yeah, you process the input, you update some state, and then you render it out. Is there another name for it for non-games, like for application software? Event loop? It's not really an event loop. No, an event loop is more like a loop that processes events in a queue, and the events can be in any order. This is more like a traditional video game loop where you're handling the inputs, you're updating state, and you're rendering a frame. not the correct term. This is application software loop that takes input, updates state, and renders the application. So very similar. It does this every frame. So very similar to a game loop. Main loop, application loop, render loop, frame loop. I kind of like frame loop. Or maybe like main loop. I don't like that it's named draw loop because we're handling input as well. Maybe we call this something else, like render loop. I'll just call it main loop. And I will move this into main.c. No, maybe not there. Loop.c. Include raylib.h. Include map.h. Active page. One thing I want to do is start splitting out headers for types. Is it time? No, it's Unix standard, I think. Uni standard? No. Let's go back to draw here. Plus this draw.c file is getting a little bit too big. So I think it's a good idea to pull it out anyways. This now seconds thing. We'll pull that into a local time. Source time.c. Pound include time.h. Probably need this thing. It's probably the time.c. I'll get it right here. There we go. Put that up there. That fixes that. Okay, and then we'll grab this static inline. We don't. Yeah. I don't think I can do inline across unless there's like some type of link time optimization. I don't think I can do inline across the translation unit. In C, can you inline functions across translation unit object files? Yeah, link time up. You need some type of link time optimization. So here we have math C add, then in main C we extern the add. Okay. Normal build with link time optimization. Now the compiler can see both translation units during link time and may inline add into main. A few important details. Inline keyword is mostly a hint and affects linkage semantics more than optimization. Okay. Modern compilers decide inlining primarily from optimization settings and visibility. Small non-inline functions can still be inlined with LTO. Static inline in headers is the traditional C approach for guaranteed visibility in every translation unit. Every translation unit sees the body directly. Okay, so you're saying just put the implementation in the header. So would I do a static inline and just put the implementation in the header? Seems to be what they're saying here. Every translation is, yeah, okay, cross object file inlining, which is link time optimization. Then LTO, you can verify actual inlining with objdump or compile optimization reports. Yes, that is the idiomatic C approach when you want functions to be easily inlined across translation units without relying on LTO. And you just hide them under a pound defined. Without static, putting a function definition in a header usually causes duplicate symbol errors. Without inline, every translation unit may emit a real callable function copy, increasing code size. A few nuances: static inline does not guarantee inlining. Compiler may still emit normal function call if optimization is off, function is too large, recursion, address is taken. At O0, most compilers will not inline much at all. Use at least O2 or O3. If you need a single external symbol too, you use more complicated C inline model. So in the header, if you need a single external symbol too, then you use more complicated C inline model. So this is the header. You just wouldn't have the static. In one.c file, you have a forward declaration in the C file, not in the header. But honestly, in practice, static inline for small helpers, normal C functions, plus link time optimization for larger things. Okay. Well, if that's the case, we'll just grab all of this and put it in the header. Just quit out of everything, get status vim include, we'll call this time.h. We'll do pound if n def, and then this is going to be underscore time h. Come on, what are you doing? There we go. And then define that. And then this can go at the bottom. And I don't like these comments. Why is this thing freaking out? If I put this up here, does it still freak out? Why is that freaking out? Oh. So it's not able to disambiguate between time.h in my project and time.h in libc. Time helpers. I don't know. I have a C source code and file in my project for time helpers. What should I call it? Clock time util. I feel like this utils thing is just like a virus. why can't the, I guess this would be the preprocessor distinguish between time.h in my include directory for my project and the standard lib time.h with include time.h versus include time.h. Changing the search order not by creating separate namespace. Typically, current source file directory include directories, system include directories. System include directories, maybe some implementation defined paths. Might still going to pick header instead of libcs depending on prior flags and ordering. The preprocessor fundamentally just resolves. Okay. If I edit .clang d, so you would think it'd be able to disambiguate it with these flags, but I guess not. So timeutil .h. Actually, I want to mv include time to include time util .h. That's what I want to do. Oops. Okay, vim time util. There we go. And why does this now continue to have this error? Variable has incomplete type struct time spec. It's annoying. All right. Source time.c. Yeah, okay, I can delete that. Vim source. What is this thing called? Loop. Loop.c. I don't really like that name. mv source loop to source app.c. So this is a main, like, we'll call it the app loop. And then up here we'll have time util. Even though that thing's freaking out currently. Alright, get rid of this. These globals will need to have some state for that. So struct, this will be, so it's like storing frame rate, start time, frame count, all that data. I'm gonna quit out of this. Let's go back to draw.c. Go down here, it's all this information. So this is going to be debug information. So I'm going to put this in debug.h. Is it debug? Global frame count, frame rate, start time. Yeah, I think it is. So if we go over to debug.c, I guess this will be under debug.h, right? Debug.h. Down here, we're going to need a struct that has all of this stuff here. And that's I don't even need this because it should be 0 initialized. Well, it's gonna be a struct, so it won't be. Okay. Unsigned long. We'll type def this. Type def struct. And I think we do it like this, right? No. Okay. We need a name now, which will be debug info t. Okay. So these are just printers for debugging, registered test maps. If we want to do that, and the struct. So now if we go back to the app, we can allocate one of these things, which will be a debug info t. We'll just call it di and 0 initialize it. Now seconds still isn't. It's bi dot. Still isn't being pulled in from time util. Time util, please. Why is this? Okay, there you go. I don't even know what this thing means up here. Invalid argument C23 not allowed with objective C++. Let's try and fix that because it's been annoying me for a while now. Inkling D in my NVIM editor, I get the error invalid argument dash standard is equal to C23. Not allowed with objective dash C++. Here is my .clang D file. This is in no way an objective C++ project. So no C++, no objective C. So why am I getting there are no files like that. LT. There are no .m or .mm files in my source tree. Okay, let's do that. .clang D. We'll say dash xc. See if that fixes it. Time until. Okay, well, it fixes that. Incomplete type struct time spec. Maybe it's not from time? I thought it was from time.h. Man 3 clock get time 2. Yeah, it's time.h here. I mean, I assume it's linking in libc. Here, we'll do static here. Why is this erroring out with undeclared identifier clock get time? See if AI can just tell me the answer here. Because your header guard macro collides with the system header guard used for the C library. Okay. Okay, I need to fix my time H here. Okay. I'm just going util. Util. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, it doesn't really make sense, but it definitely would cause errors, right? I mean, it does make sense. If I define time H and then I pound include this, it's not going to put the header in there. So it does make sense. My bad, my bad. Okay. So that fixes that. Get status. Close this out. Jobs. So let's go back to our app.c. And we're going to need to create a header for this called include app.h. And right now it's just going to do the app loop. Bam. And it's going to need include our map.h and our active page notifier h. And we're going to need to do our pound if n def underscore app h define. I just assumed the standard library would use pound define guards that were not ones that you might use in your app. And then in here, we need time util, we need map.h. I can do pound include app.h to get those. All right. Input.c has our handle input, right? Yeah. So that'll be in input.h. Handle input. And then we'll need draw.h for all the drawing stuff. Draw.h. Okay. But draw.h currently has our draw loop, which we don't want to export. We want to start exporting draw maps. So let's go to draw.c, grab our draw maps, go back over to draw.h, and do that. Bam. And I should have a pound include guard here. If and def underscore draw h. And then define. There we go. Okay. So it takes care of that. Debug.h. if I go under draw.h or draw.c, debug info. Should this be under debug.h? Probably, right? It is drawing. I'll keep it here. So let's go to draw.h, put that there, and this is gonna need our time util, and I'm gonna say pointer to our debug info t di dot frame start time, di dot frame rate is equal to di frame count, di dot frame count, di dot, oh, these need to be arrows because it is a pointer. I think this has the highest precedence on that. We have to pull in our debug.h there. Di, sorry, arrow. Di arrow. Oh, need an arrow here. Okay. Alrighty. One, yeah, okay, that should be good. If I, okay, that uses size of as max line, okay. Do I have to do -1 here? I don't think so, right? Well, let's take a look at it. We could do a clang REPL, and we'll do pound include standard io.h, and then we'll say char buff of 4 is equal to empty string, and then printf of, we'll do %x here, %x, 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 buff sub, oops, let's be a comma, buff sub 0, buff sub 1, buff sub 2, buff sub 3. And then that should say 0's all the way down. Let's add a new line here for the fun of it. Cool. Now we're going to say sn printf, and we're going to give it the buff, and we're going to give it size of buff, and we're going to give it the format string, which we'll just say is %s, say, and then we'll give it an argument which is just longer than the buffer, and we'll see what happens with that. Okay, and then we do a printf on our buff again. So you can see how it put a 0 at the end of the buffer. It didn't allow us to exceed the buffer, so that's the correct usage. Just wanted to verify that real quick. Okay, everything looks good there. Let's go back over here. We need to create, or we already created our di, but we need to say di dot that, di dot that, di dot that, and then page row width. So this is under, we have draw.h included. I think this is where we need to pull out some of these constants into the header. So page row width. What is all this stuff here? Static cell margin per row. Cell margin boost per row. 1.5 times cells per line. I don't know why that's there. And then IPause cells per line. I'm going to delete all that. Okay. And we'll pull this thing out now. Draw.h. Just stick this in the header here. I'll put it up here. Why not? Just so that we have that. And then get zoom. So this is now where we have to split out this concept of a space. So I'm going to say edit. So we'll do include space.h, and we'll also do a edit on source space.c, and then we'll do our pound if and def space h. And then over here, we're going to need to start pulling in some things that are in draw currently related to zoom. I guess get zoom is in this header, which is relative. Underscore relative h. Might as well put these around every header file, right? Okay. Get origin. These are all space related things, and they should be methods on a type instead of, I say methods, you know, functions that take in the type instead of. And then these are translations between spaces. So relative vec to screen, screen vec to relative, relative rec to screen, relative font size to screen. Most of the things are going from relative to screen. The space will be origin and zoom. This could be scale, this could be translation. I think these are fine names though. These are getters and setters. I don't like getters and setters. If I can avoid it, be nice to just like not have that. Let's do a rip grep for get zoom. So it is mostly draw.c, but also input, because input's updating, draw is reading. And then the main app, I don't think we need to do that with the main app, because when the frame is at, well, no, we do have to do that. Okay, the app loop, so we're going to have a space t relative space. So this thing is going to export just a space t, type def struct space t, and then in here this is going to have our zoom. I don't even think we need these methods to be on, or these getters and setters. Let's go over to relative.c. So that's going to be, yeah, these guys. and then the static up here. Let's pull all that out. And these are gonna have to take the space. Oh, this makes it generic now. That's nice. I mean, it's nice in some way, but it's also like annoying in another way. Well, I guess we'll see how I like it. Okay, so the space is gonna have two fields, a vector origin and I'm just gonna keep those down there, the value for the zoom. So that's good. So much red. Okay, so in here we're gonna have a, what am I calling these things? A knit? Space init, I guess it would be. Well, we're gonna have a space init function that takes in a pointer to a space t and does some initialization on it and returns nothing. Space t, yeah, okay, void, there we go. So this will be in our space.c. We'll have a space init, and it will do we don't really have to do the origin, it would just be the zoom. Space, I guess we can say S instead of space. It's kind of implied it's a space. We don't have to say space 3 times. Okay, space T, so I have to pound include our space dot H, and then that looks correct to me. Cool. Okay. And then this whole like get origin, set origin thing, I'm just gonna delete that. Alright, so we have our concept of space. It's a struct with an origin and a zoom, and I would like the zoom to be a double, to be honest. I'm not really happy with all these floats everywhere. So that might cause even more compiler errors. This would now be like that. Okay, so that's good for space. Let's go back to relative.c and relative.h. So the thing here is you have to pass in the space now. So we could call this vec2 so I have to think clearly about this, because I really like this concept of distinguishing between the screen space and the relative space, and then having functions that map between the two. I thought that adds some clarity to the code. But now these things have to be generic, where they take in the space, because I'm not going to rely on global state anymore. And in doing so, it's like you can't encode in the function name what space you're going to, because you're taking it as an argument. Whereas this time, I could do that. This needs to take in space.h. relative space, and then we say it's not really a init. So space dot c. Why did this thing come up? Oh, Marchy. Please go away. Space dot h. Space relative init. Space c space relative init. There we go. And then here we'll say space relative init and pass a reference to relative space. There we go. Okay. So over here, we're going to be applying. So this space encodes the information. Let's go over to the space.h. I think in writing in the source code, some documentation would actually help me clarify my thinking. So space t encodes the information for the translation offset of the origin and zoom amount for a space to be mapped onto for coordinates to be mapped between two coordinate systems. Maybe that? Let's see. Space T encodes the information for the translation offset of the origin and zoom scale amount. We'll just say translation offset and zoom scale amount for coordinates to be mapped between to other coordinate systems. Okay. I think we need to pull these out and do away with relative.h. I think, and we'll have forward and backwards. We'll have these same things, but they're not going to be relative. So I think this thing just goes away, and we call this thing space now. So space.c. And then this is going to be vec to space from space. Really, I want to say vec apply space and vec apply, or the inverse of application, whatever that is. Undo, apply and undo space. So we have the vec and we have the pointer to space t. Okay. Then I have to accept the space t pointer s and all of these. Okay. So vector 2, does this make sense? So if we have a vector, it's in a coordinate system, and then we say send it to that space. It's not really what is happening with this method. What this is doing is saying, okay, your coordinates is already in an applied space. And by applying the space to it, you then translate that implied space into a screen space. The vector, if it were in the reference frame of the screen. But I guess in my thinking about it in the application code, I create a vector, it's in screen space, and I send it to relative space. I'm happy with that. As like, I know it's not exactly what's going on, but as a mental model, I feel like that makes sense. And then it's a vector from space. Okay, it's like, it's already in screen space. Or sorry, it's already in the vector space, and you want to say from space, which turns it back into the original values. So to space and from space. I think I can deal with that. It's more, I would say vec apply space and vec undo. What is the opposite of apply in source code? Because I really like apply, but I don't know. Undo, revert, unapply, rollback, detach. Okay. Maybe we say apply space. And then vec undo space. There we go. Okay. Good enough. Let's grab these methods, put them in the header. probably should turn on link time optimization for this stuff, right? Because a lot of this stuff can be inlined. Let's find a place to put the dash LTO other, maybe? F LTO. Let's do, oops, man clang link time optimization. Generate alpha files suitable for link time optimization. When used with -s, this will generate LVM in. Okay. Okay, it's good enough. Okay, we'll add that. All right. So if I write everything out, cat out source relative, that should be no longer a thing. RM cat out include relative RM rip grep for relative. Input.c relative. So this will be space.h screen vec to relative position. So this will be apply space vec apply space to do. Get zoom, set zoom, this thing, I need to fix that. So we need a reference to the space when we handle input scroll. I'll just take it as an argument. So space TS, this will just be S here, S, this is relative vec to screen, this was screen to relative vec. Oh, this is undo, I think. Undo space. Apply space. S. Zoom times equals direction. And direction's only used there, so I'm gonna just, it's a weird name, I don't like it, so just remove it. Is that correct? It was a times equals, yeah. Okay, this will be origin. So this will be S. Set origin X. Minus equals. So that'll take care of this thing here. So the minus equals takes care of that. There we go. Y, oops, X, Y. Alright, that cleans that up a little bit. Why is that not like, no member named X in space T, oh sorry, it's not X, it's the origin.x. Okay, that fixes that. Input pan takes in space T, S, pressed origin. So if you do S, I think you do S origin like this. That gives a copy of the origin. And then this will be S origin dot X. Okay. And then these can be statements now. Oops. Delete that. Alright, so this is going to have taken our space then. Space T S pointer. S goes into here. Alright. I'll ignore that to do for now. And then in our app C, we'll need to pass in our space to handle input here, because this guy now takes that. So input.h needs to have a pound if and def input. Sorry, input. Space T pointer S. Pound include space dot H. Sorry. Space dot H. Okay. App.c. Now we're getting our error, which is good. This is going to be relative space. Alright, this will be s.origin.x is equal to that. s.origin.y is equal to that. Okay. These need to be statements. Oh, these need to be arrows, right? No. The names need to be relative space. Oops. Relative space. This will be getScreen width minus page row width, which is a constant. I really should rename these to be uppercase. Times getZoom. So that would just be our relative space dot zoom. Okay. Alright. Vim. Where else do we got? So, knocking out these relative things. Clear. Alright. Space relative init is fine. That's all fine and dandy. Yep. So draw.c is the last thing. We don't have to have input in drawing. That's nice. And this can go away. Might need the space.t though. Yeah. See, the problem with this now is that like all of these functions are going to have to take in this explicit argument of the space. Trying to think if there's like a better way of doing this, because all these methods like draw rect, I guess these are generic helpers. Well, okay. We'll just take them as explicit arguments and then deal with that later. So space t pointer s, and then this becomes s, and we're saying this is going to screens, so we're going to say rect apply space, and we're going to need to have our space.h. There we go. I'll fix that. Okay, space t, pointer s, vect. Let's go ahead and do the rename of all these. So this would be vec apply space, and then this one font size apply space. This will just be screen vec to relative will be why are we doing that? Because that was the inverse, right? No, this is the forward one. Everything's going to screen, but draw line is going to relative. To screen would be the normal way. Okay. I have a feeling I'm going to mess something up here. Draw line. So we're going from screen to... Where is this draw line used anyways? It's not even used anywhere. Just delete it. Draw line direct. Is that used? No. Draw text center is used for the cells. Draw rect is definitely used everywhere. Relative to screen would be, so this one, this would be rect apply space S S space T pointer. Screen rect is a rect apply space. Wait a minute, relative rect is already well, get zoom is taken. I'll just do the dumb stuff now and troubleshoot it later. Space T, pointer S. This would be S. We're going to need to include our own header now to get those. I don't even like this thing. It's kind of annoying. UL. Well, I'll leave it for now. It's really like a language thing. So maybe we create a header called lang and include lang.h, and then we'll have a pound if and def underscore lang h, oops, define up here lang.h. All right. Is there any, okay, visible rect. It's gonna take in a space now. Draw rect. S if S zoom, draw text center S, visible rect S S. This now takes in a space T, pointer S, 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 space T, pointer S, oops, S, space T, pointer S, maps, space T, S, conflicting types for draw debug info. So that means our header file is probably messed up. So let's go to draw.h. Draw debug info. It's gonna have to take in this stuff now. Okay, which means that we need to include our debug and our space there. Cool, cool, cool. Then up here, we need to fix this thing. This thing needs to get a space T as well. Okay. And then debug info T. So that means our debug H doesn't have the guard. It does. Oh, it doesn't have it in the right location. Doesn't have the end in the right location. There you go. But that does point out that draw.h, if we have these things included here, we don't need to include them over here as well. Okay. Okay. Let's just work through our build issues now. So time util h. What is it freaking out about? Undeclared identifier clock time. So draw.h needs to not do that. Sorry, draw.c. So we can delete that, right? Still doesn't like it. Okay, time util.h, it says it cannot find the identifier clock get time. And it's using default source right here. What if I did it up here? Would that make it happy? Probably not. Oh, this is a different error. Is it? App C? It says building app C. Source app C. Time util. Oh. Maybe up here we need to do that as well. Let's go. Oops. Time util. Bring this thing down back over here. I think you need to do it before you include that. It has to be the first thing in the translation unit. Yeah. Oh. We'll do this. I think that's probably the best way of doing it. So now we have to pass in our space here. Relative space. Relative space. And debug info. Yeah. I'm gonna rename this to be just S, since I'm using S everywhere else. Don't need to be too verbose. There we go. All right, and then I want to just do away with all the float conversions. So draw.c has a lot of them for using the vectors. I want to do as much in double and then only convert to vec2 when it's absolutely needed. So double that. Okay. Source app. So this is going into a origin vec2. So I think that's fine. We just say screen width integer goes to float. We multiply times the page row here. And then we times it by zoom here. Zoom is now double. Okay. So app, sorry, source app.c float. Just convert as a double. Zoom is already a double. That's probably going to complain because it's losing precision down into the origin. So then we go to a float here. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to create my own coordinates. Because I don't like the ones that they're doing. They're floats and they're not super precise. So source chords. What is that the right spelling of chords? Yeah. Source chords.c. And actually, you know what? There might not be any C file here. Just include chords.h if and def chords h define. This will be type def struct, and this is going to be called a vec2 here. Vec, and if we look just like in what space C or space H, this vector 2 here, it's just this type here. So rect, vec and rect will need to rectangle, sorry, rectangle, double. So vec2. Why? Oh, I must have copied those over from the library. Let's ask AI. What is the underscore t, sorry, suffix in C code type names mean? Should I be using it for my own type defs in my app? Defined by the system. Okay. So let's not do that. Rip grep for underscore t. I think it's underscore t and then word boundary. Not word b for boundary. Yeah, there we go. So source space dot h or c space t space. There we go. Space h. Oops. Source draw. Oops. Draw.h. Okay. Process h. We'll call it process info. Okay. Oops. Too many. Okay. Okay. It's a lot of stuff. Page table T, that's another one. Oops. This will be a process info pi, which we need to go into map.c now. Space T, that's another one. You can fix up the main. So vec2 rect, and the rect we're going to go to just draw real quick. Rect rectangle just has width and height fields along with x and y. Lots of files touched. Okay. Size T's are fine, PID T's are fine, mutex T's. All those are fine. The last one is source page monitor C. Alright. Just gonna get to a clean state here. Try to get to where I can build. Okay, declaration shadows a variable global scope. Draw text center. It's basically all draw.c and draw.h. So vim include draw h. Any floats here? Unsigned longs. I don't see any floats being defined here. So what was the problem here? In the H file was font size. Oh, the names are colliding. Yeah, this is where we need to rename these. Before I do that, I'm going to fix all the compiler errors and then do the rename. So jobs vim include draw.h. I'll just say to do upper cases. It's been a while since I got back to a clean build, so let's just do that instead of making more refactors here. So source draw.c font size, draw text center. Maybe I'll just do that for now. Yeah. Oops. And that's the global there. Okay. All right, make. Okay, now we're all in draw.h. So draw.c. Jobs, vim, draw c. There we go. Vec. I don't want to use these vector2s anymore in my code. I want to use vec2. So this would be chords dot h. Oops. Vec2. Is that the only place I'm using them? Oh, interesting. I guess I use rectangle over. Rectangle will be a rect. Okay. Font size, did I want to keep that afloat? I think that's fine. I mean, why care? It comes in as an integer here. Let's do. There we go. Zoom. That's a double now. I'm just doing doubles for everything. Everything except for when it goes to the drawing APIs, which would be like our here. Rect apply space. So then chords.h will define a function here, a rect to draw. We'll call it raylib. Raylib rect takes in a rec itself r and returns a rectangle, and we can pound include raylib h And we'll do the same thing for vector2. Vector2 here would be a vec2 v, and I call it raylib vec2. There we go. And then we're gonna have to make this file, edit source chords.c, and these need bodies now, which is basically just going to return a, and we need to pound include our header chords.h. It's going to return vector2 initialized with v.x, sorry, and v.y. This should be .x is equal to and .y is equal to. And this needs to be in parentheses. There we go. Yep. And do the same thing here. This will be a rectangle. This will be an R, and we'll have width, oops, and height. Okay. Vim. Now if we go back to draw.c, here we go. So this will be a raylib rect on that whole thing. So draw rectangle rect takes in a rectangle. Raylib rect returns a rectangle. Oh, but this thing here, this rect here, rect apply space, needs to take in our rect and our vec2, vec2. This should be a vec2. Yeah. Vector2 should be a vec2. And any rectangle rect. Oops. And we're going to need our chords. Let's fix these things to vector2, vec2, rect. R, I'm going to convert these to shorter names. That's fine for the name. Don't need this anymore. Good. All right, vec apply space v. Same thing here. Rect apply space R. Okay. Now let's go back to draw C. That's not red or not green. This thing here, position, will now be a raylib vec2 of position. Anytime we touch the raylib APIs, like here, I mean, if that wasn't, that's where we need to do our conversion. All right, let's try to do make. All right, only one here. So that's going to be an app.c, app.c on here. So screen width, zoom is a double, so that'll become a double. Let's just do away with all this and see if it can just deal with it. Okay, now it's freaking out because of the lack of explicit conversion, which makes sense. Jobs. Chords C. Okay, here now we can say in vector 2 we're converting to float. Oops. Alright. Make. Alright, we got more stuff in draw.c. Okay, these are going to be measure text ex. Measure text ex takes in spacing. And spacing is a double from zoom, which is a double. So that needs to be flip. Imagine the draw text. Font size is a double. That's going to need to be a float too, right? Yeah. Oops. And then text size and zoom threshold. If we go to zoom threshold, it was a float, so let's make it a double. And then text size is a 29 here. So text size is a vector 2 that comes from measure text ex. We then divide that by 2, and we need to convert that now to a double. I think I can just do it like that. Double. Alright, hopefully that fixes that. Okay, we got more now in input space. So input C. Okay. So we got this position here, get mouse position. Vector 2. You know what we should do is in our chords C, let's just have functions that go the opposite direction here, which is vec2 vec2 raylib and rect raylib, and takes in a vector 2. This takes in a rectangle. This returns a rect and a vec2. These are going to be double. There we go. These are going to be rect and vec2. Then if we go over to our chords.h, I think we need to rename these. So this will be a vec2 to raylib and a rect to raylib. And then we'll have the opposite, which will be, this will be vec2 to raylib and a rect to raylib. This will be raylib to vec2. This would be a raylib to rect. Okay. Now just grab these function prototypes. Go over here. Put them in the header. Oops. There we go. Draw is now going to be unhappy. So this will be rect to raylib. And here would be vec2 to raylib. And then this thing I think I can fix by removing this and wrapping this in a raylib to vec2, the whole thing. Alrighty. Where's the next builder here? Input C. So this, these are static. Interesting. Trying to get away from using the globals in static state as much as possible. But yeah, let's start at the top here. Vec undo space position, get mouse position. This pause, is pause used anywhere else? Okay. Well, this can be a raylib to vec2 call. I'll fix that. Here, applying it, assigning to a vec2 because we explicitly did this as that vec2. Oops. Mouse position, assigning vec2 to press position. This needs to be a call to raylib to vec2. Look at that. There we go. Make. So now we got input C. I thought I was already here. It doesn't like the 1 plus zoom factor float to double, which is up here. So zoom factor just should not be a float anymore. Should be a double. Alright, undeclared identified draw loop. There we go. Main draw loop is app loop now. And we need to go to app.h. Is that where? It's app C. app.h. Yeah, it has app loop. So this needs to be app.h. Bam. Alright. Now we're freaking out about tsand func entry and func exit on the linker. Okay. I forget what causes that. Window. Let's just look at window 7, 10, and 12. So 7, 10, and 12. I didn't even touch that. So link against. What is a tsand? That's thread sanitizer. So the thread sanitizer make dev. There we go. Let's quit. Which target is dying there? Make. I don't like all. I guess all is binaries. Okay, I think that's fine. Why did that barf out up here? Maybe because I had some like stuff that wasn't. I guess I didn't pass the thread sanitizer into the linker. The sands have to go in the linker as well. So it's probably some object files were compiled with the thread sanitizer and some weren't. I guess that's like an argument for like why you would want to separate out your object files by what sanitizers they were compiled with, so you don't run into that issue. But all right, we are building at least. Lots of changes made. Make dev. Make clean. I think make dev does a clean. Yeah. Okay. Okay, now it's all freaking out because we got bugs again. Okay, so now we have to figure out these mappings. Because I think the mappings are going to be wrong. Okay. Git stash. I'm going to just stash everything. Make dev. Make sure that everything works correctly. Yep. Okay. So git status, git stash, pop, gets at all, git status. Git restore stage dot. Okay, so what do we want to start doing? Git add clang d. It's like an easy thing to do. Git dc. Force clang d to use c file for .c files. Git diff. Use LTO in the make file. Those are symbol renames. Pulling out the constants. The float conversion stuff. Okay. All right, we need to get this thing debugged. So let's look at all the different changes and just try to like make sure that we're doing the right thing everywhere. So I'm gonna create a new Vim buffer. Oops, not that. And we're gonna do a git diff on, or DC on source draw. And anywhere we have relative, I'm gonna look at that diff. Grep relative. Can I make sure this is color? Okay. Obviously don't need that. I'm gonna say relative or space. Draw rect. I don't think I care about the function prototype there. Don't care about that. Don't care about spacer. So that can go along with that and that. Draw spacer, I don't care about. Okay, so we went from a draw rectangle rect. We went from relative rect to screen to rect to raylib. Sorry, rect apply space. These are things I'm interested in. These deltas here, line by line. Don't care about that. Do care about that. Screen vec to relative. Where's this draw line EX? That was just removed? Yeah, because we didn't need it as like a debug thing. Well, we might actually need it. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Okay, so these are the changes, and we want to make sure that we're consistent in how we apply these changes. So if we look here, git status, git diff cached on include relative.h. It got deleted, right? Yeah. Git show relative at caret? No. Git restore, or can I just do git checkout include relative .h? Okay, so that's the original ordering was like this. And then we changed it to be include space h. Change it to these. Oops, sorry. Yeah, so relative vec to screen became vec apply space. Yeah, that's correct. Screen vec to relative. Wait. Get dc grep screen vec. Get dc screen vec to relative. So the line I don't care about, but this I pause here. So we have position and I pause in handle input scroll. Well, that's input. I don't really care about that. We care about drawing. But it might be, the bug might be an input. I need to check input as well. So I'll just say input. So the input were these two pause. We'll just grab this whole thing here. Wait a minute. Handle input scroll. It's still in draw.h though. Right? Why did this diff cache show up? Oh, it is totally. Okay, totally an input. Alright, so the relative pipe space thing, we need to do that on input.c as well. Look through those. So that's going to be screen vec to relative became vec undo space. Yeah. And then relative vec to screen became vec apply space. So that's correct. All right. And then up here, relative vec to screen rect apply space. Yeah. Let's just go from the top here. Oops. Relative vec to screen became vec apply space. Yep. Screen vec to relative became vec undo space. Relative rect to screen became rect apply space. Yeah. And I guess I should look at the implementations again because the ordering might have been fine, but the implementation might have changed. Get dc. Let's look for relative. Rect to apply space. Here it is. So you do scale, translate, translate, scale, scale, translate. Yeah, I mean, that all looks fine. Scale, translate, translate, scale, scale, translate. We can pan around, so panning's fine. It's just as soon as I zoom in, the zoom is going up, which is what I want. But it's not drawing. Which is weird because like it applied the zoom correctly in order to draw it initially. Like if I go, I don't need this anymore. No. If I go over here and say, just inputs, no, app, see? What are we doing here? Relative input. Space, C. If I go up here and change this to be like zoom is 1 or 0.5, say. Instead of 0.005. It's zoomed in. It's zooming out, but you see it translated over as well in the zoom out. Okay. Let's say zoom is 1. Zoom is 1. So we got cells here. It seems like every zoom out, it was translating to the right for some reason. Oh, maybe it's like the mouse positioning thing. Maybe the mouse positioning thing got messed up. Input C. So we computed our position. We undid the space. I don't think we need to undo the space, right? So the undoing the space takes the coordinates from screen space and applies it into yeah. Undo space will take the coordinates in the screen space, map them back into our other space, which is iPause. And then we apply the zoom factor, or we we get our val. If it's not equal to 0, then we update our zoom, and we apply the vector space with the updated zoom to the new position. Might be these lines here. This minus equals. Is this pan thing? That seemed to work. So it might be this code here. So we know where our new position is. So we add that to our original position. That seems weird. I think these two lines here are where the bug is at. Get DC on source input C. If we look here, before we would get the origin, so we have the whole origin state. We take origin's X and Y values and we subtract off the new position, and then we add. So basically there's an implied parentheses that are being put around this expression, whereas before it would be like origin X minus this plus this, and now we're saying minus this plus this. It's a precedence issue, or I don't know how to say this, but basically there's implied parentheses around that. So this here, instead of being minus that plus that, you're saying minus the summation of these two things. So it'd be from X minus Y plus Z, and we're turning it into minus like this. Instead of going left to right, we're doing this first, and then we're subtracting that result. And I don't want to do two operations if I can avoid it in a single expression. So what we can say is that this is a plus, a negative. So you can convert this expression into plus a negative s at y plus a z, and then turn this into a plus a negative y plus a z, and then it doesn't matter what order you do it in. So you're saying plus negative y plus z. Yeah, I think that works. So this will be a plus. Or you can do position minus new position. You can do it the opposite way, but I think that works. Okay, let's get the build going here. Oops. Make dev. Zoom, 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 zoom. Yeah, it works. Okay, that was a easy bug. Thought that was going to be a different problem. Okay, get status. Let's add that to the staging index. So I guess source space, I do want to undo that change to the init to be 0.005, I think it was. Make dev. Just want to make sure that's, yeah, okay. Get at all, get status. All right. So this is a huge diff, and I want to kind of try to separate it out if possible. into separate commits that are still coherent. So get DC. So let's take a Vim buffer here and just say what we're doing. So remove T from app types. That's one thing that we did. Pull out loop. From drawing. Pull out app loop. Code. And then we created a concept of coordinates. Use the local double chords. Create local double chord types. That's what all that was. This is debug changes. So this would be extract debug info. Into a type. There's this autistic kid that comes around my neighborhood, and he always runs in my front yard. It is like starting to rain and lightning out. I'm like worried about his safety. Usually I just try to like let him do his thing, but he's like in the middle of the road right now. Oh, his parents are there. Okay. I'm gonna try not to be judgmental of his parents. Alright, so the draw loop got pulled out, and then we pulled out the constants. Drawing constants into header. So we also create a space type. This is pull out unsigned long into header. Pull out lang conveniences. Did I spell conveniences? Let's see here. Conveniences. Hey. So rare that I spell things correctly. Yeah, pull that out. Time util. Oh yeah, it's pull out time utilities. That's just the app C for the draw loop, or the app loop now. Parse args, that's just the T thing, chords, register maps, moving that. Debug C? Huh. Why is draw rect in debug C? No, it's draw C. Okay. Lots of stuff in here. Okay, now we're in input C. Okay. So I think these are the high level things that we accomplished with this diff. I want to apply them one at a time instead of all at the same time. So separate commits. So git stash or git restore stage dot. So that gives us back everything. Git add p. And we're going to do just the underscore t stuff here. So active page monitor, yeah. It's args t, yep. Don't know what that is, but that's not an underscore t. Can I split this? Because I don't want that debug info. Split? Yeah, it's not gonna let me do that. Using git, how do I select individual lines to add to the index? Git add p with splitting doesn't work for me on this diff because E, so I say E, and I just delete all of this stuff. Okay, didn't know I could do that. Sweet, thank you. That's the thing I love about like AI now is just it makes like finding things so much more convenient and natural instead of like spending my entire life not knowing that I could do E there. All right, draw.h is going to be an interesting one. So we took out some headers in the draw loop. We added the if and def thing. I guess that's another thing is add header to all headers. Oops. And then pulled the constants in here. So I'm gonna say no to all of this, even though there's some updates to this. I don't want to pull those in quite yet. This was more of that. Say no on that for now. Page table map. Yep. Yes. Split this. I want to say yes to that. Yes to that. Yes to that. Yes to that. This I need to edit. So this is going to be process. Oh no, that is process info. Okay. That was a rename. I think that's fine. Okay. Yes to that. Yes to that. Yes to that. Yep. Yep. Nope. Yep. Nope. Yep. Okay, this is all the draw stuff, so this is gonna be. I'm gonna have to split this. Say no, 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 no. Nope. Nope. There is that T there. Can I split it? No. We'll do edit. We'll delete all of this. Or do I just like take away this minus? Is that how I do it? And then in here, we say like that. Corrupt patch at all I want is these removals here from this. I'll fix those later, I guess. No discards. Say no. 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 Why did it not split? Split it into 9 hunks. I wanted to get this map T null, but maybe I missed it. That, see, I can't do it because of the space. I want that. There's some things in here. No, no. Yes, yes. 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 Yep. So it's going to be T. Yes. 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 What is this? Map monitor args? I guess that was already the type. We just fixed the type on the left hand side. Yes. Splits. Yes. 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 Splits. Yes. Yes. No. Okay, get status. Get CIM, I'm going to say remove underscore T from app types. Just commit that, even though it's not a full commit. Get at all, get stash, get status, make. And we're going to have some things in draw.c they have to fix. Draw, source draw. So anything that has an underscore T, D to L. Oops. Oops. Okay, let's go ahead and try that. Vim include draw.h, obviously that needs to be fixed as well. Make dev. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Everything works. Get status, get at all, get DC. Get CIAN, get CI, amend. Is it 1M? I think it's 2 M's. No edit. 1M. There we go. Config get. There we go. CIAN. There we go. All right. So that takes care of the first one. Adding guards on all the headers seems like an easy thing to do next. So get status, get stash pop. Hopefully this stash applies. It's probably gonna have some merge conflicts. Yeah, draw.h, draw.c. So just search for the merge conflicts. Oh shit. Why is this all? I guess the change would be delete all of that. Like that. And then here would be the space, obviously. This would be space. Okay. Make dev. Okay. Alright. Get status, get at all, get status. Alright, so now we have our stash back. So it's get restore stage dot get status. Okay, so what's next? Add guards to all headers. Okay. Get add p. It's not adding a guard. This does have some guard adding stuff. Splits. I can say no to that. Splits. Edit. So I want to add those. I don't want to add all this stuff. Maybe I just do this on my own. Quit get status. So vim. So draw.h will have to update on our own because it's just tangled too tightly with the rest of these changes with the constants. Input.h split. Yes. Split. Edit. We'll just do that. Field apply. Yes. So remove, make them space. Oh, you have to do space. Okay. So I don't want to do that. Delete the pluses if you don't want them. Okay, I think that's what I want. Hey, that worked. Don't care about that. Don't care about any of that. Actually, get status, get add p include is all I care about on this. So no, no. This one I'm gonna try editing again. Edit. Can I do that? This. And then move these into here. Does that work? Oh my god, that worked. That's awesome. No on that. No on that. Get status, get DC. Okay, get CIM, we'll say add guards on or to all headers. Let's actually make sure that that's the case. Get status, get at all, get stash, get status, include. If we do ls, and we say while read line, do echo $line, and then we do head $line, done. And we should do something like this. Echo, bunch of stuff here. Echo, like that. Alright, so we got guards on that. Active page notifier, args, debug, draw, input, map, page monitor, page table, process. Relative to H does not have it. But that's going away, and window.h does not have it. Let's go and add them anyways. Vim up, include relative.h. Oops. What's going on there? If window if make dev. Sorry, get out of here. There we go. Builds. Looks like it runs. Okay, get status, get dc, get cin, get cat file, oops, p at, and get show. Okay. All right, that takes care of that. So what are some other things I might want to do? Pull out the drawing constants into the header. I'd like to also rename them while I'm at it. Might be asking too much though. Get status, get stash pop. RM include relative.h, yeah. Oh, sorry, get RM include relative.h. Status. Alright, good. So make dev. Everything works. Great. Get restore staged. Oops. Dot. Alright. Let's pull out the constant. So that'd be get add p on include draw h. Let's do a split. No on that. Debug h. Why do I need that in space h? I'm gonna say no on those. And then here. Let's do, can't split it? No. Edit. And then here, I'm going to say, okay, draw loop stays. Draw maps and draw debug info. Not going to pull those in. And I'm going to add a little space here. Like that. So the draw loop is up at the top. And then we got a bunch of constants here. The last thing I want to do is like uppercase draw consts and fix underscore font size. That's gonna be an issue. C. Not include source. Okay, split. No. 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 Nope. 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 Just want the last bit. Here we go. So this will be an edit. Delete those. Put a space there. Remove all the drawing constants. Yep. And then just say quit on this. Get status. Get CIM, we say pull out. Oh no, we also have to fix the font because, well, I'll do a commit first. Get CIM, pull out app loop from, sorry, no, that's not what I thought. pull out drawing const into header. There we go. Status get add all get stash. And then this is actually going to fail, make dev, because of the underscore font size. Oh, and the identifier is not being used, so get status pop. Oops. Source draw. Split. Node at time. We do need our draw.h here though, which I think we can get away with this whole block here, right? Well, edit. So we want to add draw. Don't care about chords. I think draw will give us map inputs and active page notifier. So maybe we do continue to remove those. I don't want chords or lang quite yet. Map input, active page notifier. And jump vmviz, get diff on draw header, include draw.h. It has those. It doesn't have input yet. Why did I remove input? Maybe because I moved input out somewhere else. Or maybe it's just not needed. Let's remove it, and if it's needed, I'll add it back above draw. Okay, quit, get status, get diff cached, get CIN, get log1, get CIN, get stash, make dev. This should still fail in the font. Oh, and the handle input, I guess. Okay, we'll add the input back in then. Vim source draw.c inputs, make dev. Now it's just the font size. Vim source draw font size as an argument. Font size. Okay. Make dev. Okay, looks good. Get status, get at all, get DC. Looks good to me. Get LGA. Alright, status get stash pop again. Alright, so now we gotta resolve this source draw. Let's look for the thing here. So upstream input. I think this was the desired state. And then here, obviously we're gonna want the one with the space. I don't even know how this conflicted, to be honest. Oh, because of the font size thing? Yeah, it makes sense. Okay. builds, runs, cool. Alright, so that takes care of that, which is this. Debug info into a type. So some of the larger bits are going to be these two. I think these are relatively smaller. And then these are the smallest. And then I'll leave that for the last one. Just because it's going to touch so many things, and it's just a rename. Alright, get stash. Don't want stash from here. Get restore stage dot. And here we can say the lang conveniences into a header. Get add p. No. Well, I know this is going to be draw. Get add p on source draw c. And this is going to be split. No. Here we go. Split. No, edit. There is a lang. Well, it's definitely going to add that. So let's do that. And then we have to go back here. No. Sorry. This one. Split. No. Here we go. Edit. Alright. And then quit from there. Get DC. And then we get add include lang.h. Yep. We'll just say that is going to be pull out lang conveniences into a header. Get at all, get stash on stage, make dev, everything builds, everything works, get status. Alright, it takes care of this. Pull out time utilities. Get stash pop, get add include be time util cat that, so that includes the implementation. And then where's that being used at? Rip grep for now seconds, but it's in L. Okay. So get the add p from source app. App.c doesn't exist though, so we can't do that yet until we pull out app loop from drawing code. Okay. I mean, we could do it, but it just, well, fuck it, we'll do it anyways. Get add p from source draw, and this will be split. It's just going to be a no on, or sorry, yes on the time, no on the chords, no on the inputs. And this is going to be an edit to include that. I think that's about it, right? Oh, we have to remove the implementation as well down at the bottom. Time is it? It's 4:36 already, damn. Okay. Well, git CI, we'll do a temporary commit here, where we just say, hey, pull out time utilities. And then we'll get status, git stash on stage, git status. And then we're going to say make dev. It's going to blow up because of the redefinition. We can then go into source draw C now seconds. How is that not part of the diff? That had to have been. Git stash pop, git status, git add dash p of source draw.c. It's going to be a lot of is that all? No. Okay, so no on that. No on that. No on that. Here it is. So this one I need to split up. And then we'll edit that and we'll just say, okay, you're going to leave these things the way they are. We're just going to remove the now seconds thing. There we go. And then quit. Git CIN, git LGA1. Alright. Alright, and then make dev. Should still blow up. Oh no, it didn't. I guess now seconds wasn't needed anywhere else. Just in there. For now. Okay. Alright, so that works. We're done with that. Oops. Git stash pop. Alright, the next thing is to extract debug info into a type. Git add p on include debug. I don't know if I need that. There's a debug info. Need that. Well, might as well add it. And if it blows up, then we'll remove it again. Or add it back in. Add the header back in. Okay. So that is a debug H. Git add. I think there wasn't really much in source debug for this, right? That makes more sense, yep. And then debug info was in many other places. Info. So draw.h. Include draw.h. Split. Sure, why not? Oops. All right. debug.h, sure. No on that. Why does that need to be exposed? I'm gonna say, oh shit, draw debug info also takes in space. Okay. Which means draw debug info is going to, no, yeah, I don't think it needs that space. I think it needs it only for the zoom value to report the zoom value. Okay, so edit this. I'm gonna say that, and we're gonna remove space because it's not a concept yet. Okay. So that was draw.h. We also want draw.c. Anything related to debug info, not that. No. Nope. Nope. Draw maps, nope. Draw spacer, nope. So this, the debug info is there. We're gonna have to edit this though. So this is gonna be without the space argument for now. Which means that the zoom, why do we need the space again? Clearly didn't need it here yet. Maybe the next hunk will need it. Yeah, there it is. Split, edit. This is still gonna be get zoom. Oops. To do report. Should I put down here? Okay. How is it the draw count is not part of debug info? Include debug h. Draw count is definitely. So here we have draw count there. Is there like a local draw count? Draw count is equal to 2. Oh, it's still there as static draw count because we're. Oh, I forgot to update all that. Well, we'll leave it for now. Okay. All right, I'm gonna take a quick bio break here. I'll be right back. Okay. What's weird is like draw count was removed here. So that's going to fail this. If I do git stash make dev, it's going to fail it. Oh, this guy needs to be updated as well. Git stash pop. Git add p source draw c. And what is this again? This is gonna be global frame count. It's all the debug stuff. I thought I already added that. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, in the draw loop, there's a bunch of shit here. Okay. Well, we'll just update this stuff here, I guess. Draw loop is now going to take a debug info pointer di, and then this will be di there, di there, di there, di there. Draw debug info di. Now we need to go into our header for draw.h. I'm actually going to move this up to here. Debug info di make dev, and now in our main we need to go and pass in a reference to di, and then oops, we need to instantiate it. Git status vim. I guess I can say git diff on source main C. Git checkout source main C. Git status. Git at all. Git dc. Okay, that I need to do. Git stash pop. Vim include draw h. Okay, I did do a reorder on that. Well, we'll just leave it down here like this. Like that. Great. Vim source draw C. The thing I want to keep is that. This obviously don't keep. Does this build? No. uh Why is this thing freaking out now? Oh, do we have some code at the bottom here? Vim source draw C. Yeah, this draw loop isn't even a thing anymore, right? Yeah. Sorry, I forgot to remove all this. There you go. Alright. Everything's resolved there. Git stash. And then make dev here. Still gonna blow up. Git stash pop. Git restore stage dot git add p source main. No. No. Cat source app C. So this guy instantiates the DI. Vim source, git status here. Git stash everything. And then Vim source app, not app, draw. Down at the bottom, draw loop. This is where we need to instantiate the DI instead of taking in as an argument. So debug info. And then we don't need that. And then we can delete all this. Okay. And why? Oh, this isn't a pointer anymore, so we don't need to do that. Okay. Then we need to pass it in as a pointer. And we need to update our draw loop. This guy now doesn't need that. Okay. Get status, get at all, get DC, get CIN, make dev. Cool. Git stash pop. Vim include draw H. Again, I want draw loop, debug, I want that to move down there, yeah. And Vim source draw C. And this thing just goes away entirely. Make dev. Looks good. Restore staged dot. Okay, so that takes care of extracting that. Pull out the app loop from drawing code. So git add include app and source app and git add git add p on source main. Yes. Git add p on source draw. No. Okay. Here it is. Draw loop. You're gone. And then What else? Draw to H. Include draw H. So the draw debug info, we'll say edit on this, delete that. So those are going away. Edit on this. Draw maps. Does need to be exported. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's good. And we'll just say, hey, pull out app loop from drawing code. Git stash bam. Make dev. Oh. The hell is this? Oh, because app.c is not yet updated. Alright. Vim source app c. All the space stuff can go away for now. I'll need to add that back in, actually. Spacetime, remember app.c, git status, oops, git status, cp, source app, c, I just put this into temp, app, c, and then vim source app c. I'm gonna delete out anything related to space. Space, you're gone. Handle inputs, this thing, that thing. Jump to, oops. Kill that. Git show at. So we removed the draw loop. Debug info, window begin, some notes. Okay. Move to this. Clear background, handle input, draw maps, draw debug info, edit end drawing, increment, GI. Set origin was what? Oh, and I need to remove the space stuff from this. Forgot about that. Okay, fix that. Come back here. I need to have set origin, which is in relative H. There we go. Bam. We're doing make dev here. That works. Okay. Actually, yeah. Alright. Git log 1. Alright, that's done. Git stash pop. Vim. Is there anything conflicting? No. MV temp app.c into source app.c. Git status. Yeah, there's some diffs there. Alright, so that takes care of that. Make dev. Make sure we still build. Okay, we don't. Appc, draw maps. Yeah, I forgot to fix that. So that's under include draw H. Now take some space. Space pointer S. Space pointer S. There we go. Okay, create local double chord types or create generic space type. Those are the two bigger ones. Get status. What do you want to do? The space type depends on the chord types. So let's do this first. So get add include chords and source chords. I'll just get them committed. I don't think they have dependency on get DC. I don't think they have any dependencies on space, right? Just raylib, yep. So get CI, create local double chord types. And now we gotta use those everywhere. Get add P on source draw. I guess get status get diff. Grep for, I don't know, chords.h. Root grep L chords.h. So it's in draw and input. Get add P source draw and source input. Oh lordy lord. Alright. I might merge these two into one commit because it's like they're kind of tied together. I mean introducing the types, but then using them. It just they're kind of tied together. Like the space stuff here being passed in here. I guess I can. Let's do a split. Yes. Input. Sure, why not? Relative. Yes. Because we're also removing relative. I forgot about that. Edit this again. See, edit. Remove the space. Rect apply space. Let's just like quit on that. Get status. Get DC source draw. Get diff. Get DC. Alright, get at all, get status. Make dev. Alright, it's building, so I think get log 1, get show at. So that added the types. The next one will be pretty much the rest of the diff here, right? So it's adding space. It's all space. Removing relative H. Okay. So it's going to be create a generic space type and use new chords everywhere. There we go. All right, so that is our commits. Now I need to go in and update. So make dev. I don't really have to do this, but just to make sure. And then I'm going to go under, what the hell is this? Draw H. And I'm going to try to code rename all this stuff. Code rename cell width. Code rename cell height. Code rename cell margin. Code rename cell offset. Code rename cells per line. Code, oops. Font size. Code rename. Cell margin boost per row. Cell margin boost per row. Page byte size. My hope is that this also updates all the stuff that includes the header, so I don't have to do all that. Page width. Page height. Page margin. Pages per row. Page row width. Page row height. Map margin. Map padding. Map width. Spacer height. There we go. Alrighty. Doesn't look like it updated source code. I did all that silly renaming for nothing. I guess it's fine. Vim include draw H. Sorry. Pull this over. Draw.c. Cell width. Oops. Yeah, it doesn't go across file boundaries. All right, well, if I search like that, will that show up here? Yeah, and then I can just do that. Okay. Search here. That's okay. Search here. Oops. Search here. Cell offset. Okay. Cells per line. Font size. And then I can also rename font size up here. Sorry. Well, screw it. There we go. Oh. Cell margin boost per row. Does that factor in? No. So I'm gonna do a code rename on that and just add an underscore to indicate it's not in use, other than for the as an intermediate value. Page byte size, yeah. Okay, page width. Okay, page height. Page margin. Pages per row. Okay, page row width. Alright, that's another one that I can do a code rename on. Put an underscore behind. Page row height. There we go. Map margin. Map padding. Map width. Spacer height. Okay. And then an app.c. Source app c. Page row width. And we're gonna need, we already have draw dot. Oh, that's where that draw h, this guy here. Hey, look at that. Cool, cool, cool. Get status. Okay. Say uppercase draw consts. Pull out draw const into debug info. draw counts into debug info and remove raw draws into separate. Okay. So I put that there. This will be my last commit, and then I'm going to take a quick break for some food. Yeah. So actually, grab draw counts. So obviously in the draw.c, there's going to be a lot of draw counting. I think what I might do is like create a translation unit that it's the only thing that takes a dependency on raylib, and it proxies all the calls to raylib, and it increments the draw count as part of that. Draw.c, draw count. I'm just gonna draw count. Delete that guy. Here it's gonna be debug info draw count. Debug info is a debug info pointer. Di debug info pointer di. Then here's gonna be di you have to pass it through everything. Report origin as well. So now that we have the DI, we can say zoom, and I don't have to do that. Origin is going to be something like that. S origin dot x and s origin dot y. What the hell? So you got LDF, LDF, and that is global frame count is a long, not char star. Oh, because there's a comma here. That's why. There we go. Alright, so that should be reporting correctly, and we should get build errors just because I'm not passing things through. So the debug info here goes app debug info also needs to go into draw maps, unfortunately. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to create that proxy. So raylib proxy pointer RP so touch source raylib proxy.c h include, and then pound if and def raylib proxy. Define. Here we're gonna have a type def struct raylib proxy, and it's gonna contain a debug info pointer di, and it's gonna have a space too. So any draws that you do, it's gonna have to No, I don't think space. It would be appropriate to have a space. Pound include debug.h. Okay. And then if we go over here, basically I'm gonna rip grep for raylib.h and just anything that has that, I'm gonna delete it. I guess the window is fine, but any of the drawing stuff. Cat out source window. Yeah, that's fine. Draw source draw.c raylib, you're gone, son. Chords is fine, Windows fine. Source app, what is this using raylib for? Oh, to get the screen, that's fine. So app inputs, yeah, it's probably to read inputs. I'm gonna actually rename this. Include raylib to include raylib draw proxy.h, and be source raylib to source raylib draw proxy. Vim include raylib draw proxy. Okay. Rip grep for raylib.h. I think everything else is fine. Debug does do some draw. Vim. Oh, it's an include, it's not source. Vim include debug. What does that need? Raylib for? I don't think it does need it. Oh, the printer headers for that. I didn't want to use that anymore. Let's use chords. Okay. And then debug.c. Okay. Let's see. Now app is complaining because it doesn't exist. source app. Okay. Why do I need debug? Oh, for debug info. Sorry. Okay. Unused. Makes sense. App. Railib drop proxy gets a debug info. Wait a minute. Does this have? It's called di. Is equal to di. Okay. This should not be declared up here. It should be up here. And that should be one line. Bam. So, and then the railib drop proxy is definitely going to go into here. And draw debug info as well. So that's the big drawing stuff. This would be a railib draw proxy pointer. Cool. Bam. And I don't think we need to pass it if it's part of the railib draw proxy. Well, I guess it doesn't hurt. Okay. Then we go to draw.c. This now needs to do the railib draw proxy and draw text. Railib draw proxy. Draw text. Railib draw proxy. Here's a draw text center. Draw text ex. Railib draw proxy. I guess I could pull in railib for I can pull in railib for these things as long as they're not draw, like capital GRAW. Yeah, like this. Draw rectangle rec. Honestly, this is probably going to be that. So let's go over to here, railib draw proxy C, and pound include well, yeah, pound include raylib.h draw rectangle rect. There we go. And then we got this one, which draws center. Well, let's pull it out to here. The debug info doesn't need to come along, but raylib draw proxy does. So you say, hey, here's a text, here's a position, here's a font size, here's a color, here's a space. Draw the shit. This becomes raylib draw proxy. Debug info, draw count, and then draw text ex. So all the centering stuff, spacing, should probably provide that as an argument, right? If it's a true proxy, right? Text spacing should be here before color spacing. Double spacing gets multiplied by zoom. So applying the space, this is all applying space, getting the font, measuring the font, and then right before I do that, I increase the draw count. Okay. Draw count. So then this is just that. Okay, then draw text here. Should be similar to draw text center, right? Just without all this centering. So this text size, we already have a text size, right? We have a font size. Draw text. Position. So we're doing the text, because this was originally, I think, a draw text. Let's go back over here. Get diff on source draw C all the way at the bottom. This was draw text, not draw text EX. So we weren't providing font, just gave the text. The position was different. Maybe we convert these over to draw text and EX instead of draw text. All right. We can do conditions on the space here. That would be fun. Like if you apply a space that's null, it just has like a no op. Space dot C. And here we say if space, sorry, is S is equal to null. Actually, I think there's a null PTR now, right? Yeah. Then we just return V. Ripgraph for null. Let's change this to null PTRs. Vim source process C null. Well, that's a interface with a mutex. In C23, what is the difference between null PTR and null? Language keyword, not a macro. I already understood that. Has its own type. Was it convertible to any pointer type? Cannot be used as an integer. Type safe, null pointer representation. Can I give it to pthread, mutex, init, and other standard lib functions? Okay, I just moved the null pointer then. Null PTR. Okay. Mapc. Null. What are we doing here? Map monitor. Does not compile without the return. Okay, we're getting a little bit crazy here. that's a lot of background vims. Okay. Okay. Not chords. What was it under? The conversion stuff was space. Let's see. So I want to add these. That's font size. I think I can use that instead of this here, spacing. Spacing's the same thing, it's just a double. I'm going to turn this into a function called double. Apply space. D. 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 And then this can be double apply space spacing. That gives me my null checks. Let's do source space. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, and I messed that up too. Nope. Can I do an edit here? Yeah, do edit. Keep that. Remove that. Oops. Font size, apply space. Quit. Space. BLE. Double. Null pointer. Let's go over to our space.h. change this to be double apply space. Get status, get add source space and include space, get DC. Get CI, add null, checks, null PTR, checks to space, stash unstaged, make dev, vim, source draw C, font size, it's gonna be double apply space. Okay, everything works. Go. Alright, so we're going under raylib, sorry, source raylib, draw proxy, this will be a double. Okay. Oh, and up here too. So these are just identical except for the additional stuff here. Let's see, and font size, yeah, okay, that's fine. They're duplicated work, but it's fine. Get status. Okay, what do we got going on here? Time util H. Draw rect. What happened to them? Okay. Time util is still freaking out. Which means draw C. Yeah, that's what happened. Exactly what happened. Okay, now we got draw C73 undeclared identifier drawer because of the convention calling or the parameters. These need the space as well as the raylib draw proxy. Oh, and I forgot to pull these prototypes out into arraylib h. Oops. Chords. Space. Okay, draw text center now needs that. Yep. Sorry. Draw text. Center needs the that's already getting it. Okay. Oops. This guy needs to be changed though. So he's going to be, if we look at draw text itself here, position X, position Y. So this would be a vec2 vec2 like that. And then font size, spacing, color, space. Spacing 1, color, space, null PTR. Oops. Okay. Delete that. Alright, then up here it is freaking out because conflict types are draw maps. I need to update the draw.h. Draw maps. I need to update this. Arraylib draw proxy pointer. And then that gets handed off to draw map. And draw map. It's going to take that in, hand it off to here. This guy needs to do arraylib draw proxy as well. Oops. He's using it, it's in its argument list. Draw page cells needs to hand it off. And then this needs to take it as an argument. And then pass it in here. Okay. Two fig arguments, the function call, draw C. Proxy C. Does this have the same argument list, font size, spacing, color? Yeah, it's identical. So, oh, the draw spacer needs it too. I forgot about that guy. Relive draw proxy, Draw spacer needs to be past that. Expected 7 have 6. Draw text center. So we get the text, the position, the font size as a double, but it's already a double. You don't need to tell it that it's a double again. Oh no, it's not. It's a one-side long. Okay. Spacing. That's the thing I was missing. Hey, look at that. So we got our origin now, we got our zoom, we got everything. Cool. I think that's a good place to stop. So this was basically just doing the Raylib draw proxy stuff. Let's do debug H. Define printer header for rect. I feel like that doesn't belong there. This belongs here. I think we should be in chords.h, and we should just do that down here for rect vec2. Yeah. And that would delete that. Register test maps. And then if we go to debug C, we have this. Define printer. And print field. These things can go into debug.h. Register test maps. Usually I put that stuff down here. Okay. Debug.c now. These guys can go over to chord C, right? Yeah. And then these would be rectangle fields. I feel like that should be named rect fields. And then this thing should be vec2 fields. And then we can just delete those, and this becomes a vec2. It's defined up here, bro. Oh, I need debug, that's right. chords H to, and we pull in chords H here. This says in included file unknown type name define printer header. But define printer header was a macro that we pull in from debug.h. Debug. Do I need this map anymore? I don't think so. Oh yeah, because the map's down there. Include a file unknown type name define printer header. So chord H pulls in that, and then that pulls in debug H, which has a defined printer header. That's odd. Oh. Okay, well that would make sense. So wherever printf is here, we need the standard IO. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. And if I wanted to, maybe in the draw loop, app loop, I can just say, hey, I'm gonna already have debug, so I'm gonna just rect print. Rect. Or what do I want to do? Space print? A rect print space. There's S. It's not a rect. It's a vec. Vec2 print space origin. Reference. Space needs to be dereferenced. Origin needs to be referenced. Sorry, reference to this. Can I take an address of an arvar value of type vec2? Why? Oh, it's because it's like that, right? Yeah, okay. Hey, look at that. Get my debug stuff. All right. I think I'm at a stopping point here. I'm gonna grab some dinner and I will be back on in a couple hours to do some more work. Cool.